nurses. A lot of the newer ones that have come along, certainly a lot of the older gals and guys who've been around this business for a long time. We know them. No, experience, thank you. Not older, experienced, Mr. Speaker. Experienced, I stand corrected. You are correct. You are quite correct. Not older, experienced. Very well experienced. Now, my honourable colleague, my former partner and friend from Sackville, spoke about, I lost my train of thought. Thanks, guys. No, I don't want to talk about that again. Dave spoke about, or pardon me, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Sackville-Cobequid spoke about many things and about the different scopes of practice or training levels that the nurses had. And there are a variety. There are LPNs out there who are often looked at as being a little less qualified, if you will. They were not less qualified at all. They were a different scope. And if you think, and you compare some of this to the paramedic levels, and I have to compare it to that because it's what I know. But it's very similar. You had the paramedic level 1, 2, and 3. The 2 now mostly gone. I was one of those old 2s when everything was grandfathered, and then went on to get my 3, my paramedic level 3 ALS, in the years ahead. But nurses are very similar. There's a basic level, and there's extra training that they will do. You know, he talked about working in one division of nursing versus maybe an OR. Well, there are great differences. But you know, that's not unusual because there are also great differences in the scopes of practice that paramedics do. Great differences in those scopes of practice. So it's not like we're forging new ground. It's not like we're going to travel down a new road that we've never been down before. There are opportunities to look back here maybe and say, what worked to get us there? I heard criticisms about previous, albeit some years ago, Liberal government this morning in this debate. But I can tell you though, if we really think back, for a guy like myself who was a paramedic, it was the Liberal government of the day, and I want to say Dr. Jim Smith, I believe was the name. Who was the minister? Who was the minister? The minister, Ron Stewart, thank you. And I knew Ron. Yes, the godfather. How could I ever forget that? Dr. Ron Stewart, who I knew, and started this thing for us as paramedics in that time. And it grew, obviously, past the Liberal government, through the Tory government, through the NDP government, and here we are again. Red team's back in. We're all the way around, come full circle. Right? Come full circle. And we're still talking about issues that we're having there. But you know what? Life's pretty good. It's not bad. Some would argue. Some would say it's not enough money. Well, we never make enough money for some. Some have gone out west to work. They've done very well. Good friend of mine. Talked to him a couple of weeks ago. First time I've seen him in a couple of months. Still lives at home, lives in Falmouth. Goes to work in Alberta. He's out 2 weeks, home 2 weeks. He makes $700 a day. That's big money. $700 a day. What a shame that we have to go to Alberta, though, to do it and be separated from your family. Isn't that the problem? We want to have good things here in Nova Scotia. We want to grow our province. We want people to come here. We need to give people a reason to come here. When people look at labor disruption, however, whether we like to call it that or we don't, or whatever you want to call it, when we look at things like this, I'm not sure how many people are paying attention. You know, I know people in the healthcare sector are. I think that's very real, and that, in this province, are many, many thousands of people. What does that mean for people that we might be trying to bring in or bring home? My buddy's probably not too anxious to come back to go to work in healthcare right now. Making that kind of money would be the big one. You know, he's enjoying that. He's the ability to do that. Well, that's good for him, and I'm happy for him that he's able to do that. And he's one of a number of paramedics that I've known over the years, Mr. Speaker, that have gone to Ontario. Ontario was the go-to place for a lot of years. And now Alberta, with the boom, if you want to call it a boom once again, they've always been booming there for a number of years. But this new created boom there in Fort Mac and other places has seen an opportunity for paramedics to make big money. Big money. And they need to do that because we have a way that we like to live, just like they like to live. We like to have new cars, and we like to have homes, and we like to be able to support our family. And that's just living. That's not extravagant. You look at some of these guys that I spoke to earlier, they're just making it. They're living. They struggle. Unfortunately, there's a lot that are. Where will this end? I don't know, as I've said. This has been an interesting debate, hearing the members speak and going down a number of roads from speedy legislation being passed. I would ask, though, if this bill didn't have the labor piece into it, with hearing what I've heard, most people talking about supporting it, that it would be almost a non-event, if I dare use that language, Mr. Speaker, because it's really just the labor piece here that I'm hearing to be the bigger issue, and others will speak after me, and I guess they will correct me if need be, and I appreciate that. But, you know, I guess, Mr. Speaker, I was only going to speak a couple of minutes here, and I might have passed that couple of minutes, and once you get going, it takes you get on a thought or two, and I didn't prepare any written speeches, Mr. Speaker. I just speak from a little bit of knowledge in the union world and in the healthcare sector. And I would say, you know, it's important that we treat everyone, whether they're healthcare. In this case, it is healthcare. It's about fairness. Because remember when I started this little discussion, Mr. Speaker, in this debate and began taking part, it was about what do people expect of their elected officials. I made this statement in the spring when I stood in this very place. Well, maybe just a front row or two ahead. Back then, a couple of months ago, Mr. Speaker, I made the statement that if you took the politics out of this very historical chamber, you might actually get something done for Nova Scotians. You know? I still believe that today. I've always believed it. I've never been a big P partisan anything. You know? Provincially, unlike municipally, you have to fly under a flag. Well, that's okay. Those are the rules today. One day I may see something different in this province. Probably not in my time. Maybe. But there are other places around the world that do it, and I spoke to that too, that do not fall under any partisan, you know, and it seems to work too. I'm sure they have their issues, though. Be no different. When you're governing and you're trying to put forward policy and legislation and so on, you're going to have issues that are going to come up. We know that. We accept that. That's part of the responsibility. Nothing wrong with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I should close. I've been going quite a while here, but I would say this, that from my perspective, you know, from the people that I know who work in the healthcare field front line, the opportunity is there, whether we might look at it as small, the million-ish dollars, $5 million, $13 million, whatever the savings is, big or small. It must be done. It has to be done. It needs to be reinvested back in those people working on the front lines, because they're always going to be there, because they're always going to be needed, Mr. Speaker. There are issues. We're going to continue to have healthcare issues in this province. They're not going away. I, for one, am looking for dialysis. I've asked every government since I've been here, too, for a dialysis unit in my hospital in Windsor. That will never go away. We want that. You'll hear me talk more about that as we go through this session. We heard the member from Inverness talk about CT scan this morning. Question period. You know, it's, there's always that need, and people expect those needs to be met because they have problems with dialysis, traveling, etc., and so on. And I won't get into that now. I could, but that might take me another hour or two. I don't want to take that on the twinning. No, that's another day. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, what we really need to remember here is we have this bill finish up on second reading at some point, probably today, I guess, whenever, make its way to law amendments, that we listen intently to those that are coming in, to hear what they have to say. And not just listen, to really think hard about, is there an opportunity to make a change? Maybe there isn't. Maybe we're bound to that, what's been put forward. Maybe there's no going back now. Maybe the government says, you know, we've made the bed. We're going to lie in it. We're going to finish it out. We're going to see it through. Well, that's okay. They've made that decision. They will accept that, and so on, as I've said. Or maybe they may see an opportunity, something that has yet to be presented. Maybe will be presented through the law amendment process. Who knows? But I look forward to that. See what happens. I'm sure it will be a couple people in at least to speak to this. Maybe a couple hundred. I don't know what the lineup looks like yet. But I'm thinking there's going to be quite a few. But this is about, in my mind, Mr. Speaker, nothing more than fairness. Fairness to all. Fairness to government. Fairness to opposition members. All members in this House. Fairness, more importantly, though, to those working out there and to those living in this province. Doing the right thing is being fair as we possibly can to all Nova Scotians. We have to consider that. So with those very few words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my place.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly a pleasure, delight to hear my colleagues collectively across the floor and opposition members engaged in this particular number one bill, or bill number one, the Health Authorities Act, and the second reading. I just want to dovetail on to some of the comments that the previous speaker talked about. He talked about some of the labor concerns he had, And certainly I want to raise another aspect of this, and my theme here, if I do have a theme, I hope my colleagues are paying attention, but I have a great concern, and I'm sure many residents across Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, has a concern about the diminishing of district health authorities and the centralization or decision-making process, or some may call this a super board. And to me, I really encouraged by the fact of having a rural voice or that input from the people that are most effective. And we know the makeup of Nova Scotia is a lot of rural communities that, and I'll get into that in more detail as we move on. But my big concern, Mr. Speaker, is that local voice of these district health authorities. And I know personally, I know a number of them, that the MLA and my constituents, those volunteer people that was on them district health, they actually called me at home. They called my office. I had a personal contact with them, and I questioned. I know that they talked about having a CEO and having, I heard it here on the floor most recently, that there hope there'll be a 1-800 number. Well, I can assure you that the Bellevue, the phone directory for the MLA for Queens Shelburne does not have a 1-800 number. It has a simple listing in a phone book that you can get that individual. And if you go to the corner store or to any event in a local community, you have access to that MLA and that individual, and I emphasize the word volunteer, that was on these local authorities. So I can see that there is some uneasiness across Nova Scotia as we move, and I want to emphasize again that this sitting government has a majority. And when bills move through the House, Madam Speaker, there is much that can be changed or prevented from change when there is a majority, as we're facing now. So we just have to know the realities of what we're facing. And certainly we have an opportunity to voice our concerns as opposition. We're here to hold the governing party accountable, and that's our job, and I take that very seriously. And that's simply what we will be laying out to do. In the next few minutes, Madam Speaker, I want to simply highlight some of the observations. And anyone can appreciate my previous background. I spent a lifetime, in fact, making a livelihood for my family and for myself, observing nature and reaping the benefits of it. If you weren't paying attention, you simply could not survive in my previous occupation. And I have spent a number of hours and minutes in the previous setting of this House, and I have observed. I have observed what's took place on this floor and some of the comments that has followed this particular bill as it entered this chamber. We are facing now the process of second reading, and some of the highlights, Madam Speaker, that I want to point out in this discussion that I have observed. And I have before me, Madam Speaker, an open letter that was tabled here earlier. And I want to bring note to this, an open letter to the Nova Scotia Nurses Union members. And this was tabled today, and I'll table it again. And there's a comment from our Premier, and I'll quote, "We respect and will continue to respect the hard-earned rights in collective agreements." And I'll table that because a number of people who protest, we've seen this building, I don't want to say shut down, but it certainly have its limits. And I have observed that. I have observed the tinted law enforcement vehicles that surrounds or encompasses or are parked in our parking lot. That is different. That is different. That is not the democracy that I appreciate. And I can have the privilege, Madam Speaker, of having the privilege of being in government and holding 2 portfolios, and at them times making decisions. And I want to make a distinction here, is that when you make a decision, there's going to be people who judge and may criticize and may cast a different view on it. I respect that. But never, Madam Speaker, never in my time in this House, or in my past, or hopefully in my future, will I need the security of a tinted vehicle to carry me from this building of any decision that I have made or going to make in the future. I have made decisions in the past, and I've gone to their communities. I have gone to their public meetings, and I have defended our position. I have not observed this in this last 24 hours. What I have observed is a slow closure of democracy, and that is certainly sad. That is certainly something that I am not proud of. And I want to get into the other remarks through my speech. It's about not only the members of government that has to be accountable, but also the backbenchers of this so-called government has to be accountable. You cannot hide continuously behind tinted windshields. You cannot stop democracy from being heard and for people to have access to your elected officials. That is not what a tinted windshield does. And we have observed this in the last 24 hours. It's simply sad. What I want to go on to say, during, Madam Speaker, through you to the members in this House today, during last year's provincial election, the leader, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party took out a newspaper ad in the Chronicle Herald, and in this ad is an open letter to the nurses. The leader indicated that if, I repeat, if elected, his party would protect collective agreements for nurses. And yesterday, this government introduced legislation that takes away, I repeat, takes away the right for frontline health workers to make their own choice who will be their voice in collective bargaining. This House of Assembly recognizes, Madam Speaker, recognizes the blatant flip-flop. I call it a U-turn that is stated by the Premier, and the complete lack of respect for the party and the government holds for health care workers. Now, that's what a tinted windshield does. I see people on that street. I have no problem walking to this House and going through those particular people that have a right to demonstrate. We are privileged. We are privileged in a democracy that we can assemble and have different opinions, and we may have different philosophies, and we may belong to a different party, but I have the right to my opinion. But those people feel if they have been trampled on. And it's obvious if you spend the time and talk with those individuals, which I'll get into later, is that the people in the governing party needs to do their job that they're elected for, is to listen to these people. And we'll get to that. Madam Speaker, I find, and I observed, again, the opening remarks of the present Minister of Health. In his opening remarks today, and I I actually took note. And his introduction speech was roughly 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the second reading of an issue so important to the people of Nova Scotia. And I find that a bit of a concern. And I know why the people out there are sitting in that street and are circling this building because they feel their voices are not being heard. And I made note, and I'm going to give an opportunity to the sitting government, to the minister, through you, Madam Chair, that I noticed when this previous process in Bill 37, when this particular Bill 37 went through law amendments, there was a silence. There was a silence from the sitting government and the backbenchers. It was very noticeable. And that was my observation. And I'm observing this same process as we begin this particular bill, number 1. And what I'm asking for a clarification on is when the Minister of Health made his statement earlier this year, or earlier today, excuse me, he talked about entering into this new super board and having a new, I quote, new annual public engagements each and every year. What does that mean? Does that mean to me that we're going to engage the public and have greater consultations on the issues that I'm raising about the previous status quo? We had volunteers on these particular district health authorities, and those volunteers literally picked up the phone and called their local MLA. Is that what that means? I have a question, and I'm hoping that the backbenchers, I see that I have their attention, will not remain silent as they did on Bill 37, but they will ask for clarification on that particular point and to understand that more deeply, because we need to know as Nova Scotians. That's certainly something I'm hoping that I'll be seeing addressed through law amendments. And to me, Madam Chair, the word public engagement or consultation, and I'm going to make a quick reference, that's actually taken place in the last 11 months. On 2 occasions, myself and the opposition member and the fisheries critic has asked about consultations regarding a lobster levy, and I'm just making the example. The existing Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture has stated in March and in April of this year that there would be consultation. And I want to point out, is enhance it, and I asked that that consultation has never taken place. So is this the same consultation that the Minister of Health is referring to about engaging the public? If it is, it's a flawed process. The Minister of Fishery hasn't engaged in consultation. He has mid-lid this particular House. So again, here's another important question that the members opposite, and they've had opportunities to stand up in question period and ask for clarification. I've seen it in the previous session. Great question. Let's hear clarification on that process of engaging the public on an annual basis. And one of the previous speakers, Madam Chair, our leader, done a very graceful job of pointing this issue out. And to me, it is something that makes me extremely nervous of this centralized decision-making process or decision super board. Is it? I asked the question, and I'm sure it will be raised in law amendments. Is this the beginning of small-town erosion of our local hospitals and a centralized model? Is this what's going to happen to our rural communities? That's the fear I have. And to me, it's something that erosion of anything to do with health care in Nova Scotia is something that I have great concerns about. This is something that have attracted me to this particular party. I know we all have different political views on our political parties or platforms, and I appreciate that, Madam Chair. But one of the fundamental values of a Canadian is the health care system. And I think for any party to introduce legislation in that, we have to have a thorough engagement of discussion. I look forward to the backbenchers reviewing or involved in that discussion. And in the last 11 months, we've seen over 9,000 people leave this province. It saddens me. When I stop for a service station to get fuel to come to this city, and I meet people literally this weekend that making that trek out west to that economy. It saddens me to know that they are making that trek. We heard the earlier speakers talked about the 2 weeks out and 1 week back, and that is difficult on any family, especially young families. And I question again, is this structure going to add to that 9,000 workers who left in the last 11 months? Is any of that 9,000 workers, are they healthcare workers? Are they healthcare givers? Is this going to add to it? Those are great questions. And to me, it is something that certainly I want to find out the answer for, and I want to make our healthcare stronger. And it's something that is, I think, just to get back on that, Madam Chair, is that our healthcare, and we all have relations in other countries, and it's something that many people envy Canada for, is our healthcare system is something particular that I'm proud of. And can we make it better? This is why we're in this chamber, is to make things better for Canadians and Nova Scotians, and something I look forward to. But I have a great concern of diminishing that local voice in our district health authorities. And again, you know, I asked a question here, and I hope the members opposite are making notes, because I want the minister, hopefully in third reading, or again, the members have an opportunity in law amendments to ask that question, so what this particular engagement means for rural communities. And I emphasize that I heard that this is going to participate on an annual basis. I need to get an understanding of what that, does this public forum go around the province on an annual basis, gathering information and trying to collect problems or flaws regarding our healthcare system. And what I've noticed, and to me, I made reference to first time I seen tinted windshields, law authority vehicles, you know, ferrying our elected members back and forth. That's something that, this is Canada. And I truly believe in the decision I make that I should be able to be scrutinized, be able to publicly go out and defend that. And to me, that's a deep concern. I see, Madam Chair, that there's a point of order before this House talking about blocking the East Gallery, and why the sitting members have staff up there and not the public. I mean, I'm waiting eagerly to see the review of that point of order, and because this is the people's house. And it should not be a yellow ribbing or tape around saying police line or whatever that line says with authorities. To me, that is closing down or shutting down democracy. That is not the Canada that I want to know. To me, this House is open, and we must emphasize that more and more. Madam Chair, I want to go in a somewhat of a different direction right now, and I know that my colleagues across all sides, I really appreciate the different viewpoints, the different backgrounds, the different expertise that they all bring to this chamber, and everybody seems to put a unique spin on their presentation. But to me, I want to I think I have somewhat of a unique situation. I think I'm one of few in this House that can stand here today and say in this microphone to a public forum that I have the ability or had the ability to vote my conscience. And the Hansard will, I think, will confirm that. And I want to direct my remarks, again, to the backbenchers of the sitting government, because I think that when you vote your conscience, you're making a choice that makes you feel the best. Not what some political leader or somebody gives you direction for. It's about where you feel the best on this particular issue. And also by using critical and objective thinking to observe, and I use the word observe, all evidence and aspects of the situation in order to make a much clearer determination. And you also should want to hear every argument. You need to hear every point of view in an open order to make sure that you cover every single base. And to me, again, I direct my comments through you, Madam Chair, to the backbenchers, because I know when this particular second reading process leaves this chamber, we're going to be entering to law amendments. And the backbenchers will be sitting there, and I observed this. Again, I point out, this is what I'm observing, and Nova Scotians are, I believe, will be following the same minutes. So far, this important bill in this House has had 10 minutes by the government as it was introduced. 10 minutes. Now, my fear, my concern is that the backbenchers that we have seen engaged on such issues as address to the throne speech, they're involved in questions of the House. We've seen that in previous sessions. And they have no problem, Madam Chair, of standing up and asking questions or asking clarifications on some issue about certain departments. I've seen it. But my fear is, what I observed on Bill 37, is that there's going to be a cone of silence hauled down over this particular governing party. And I have great concerns over that. Now, my question would be directed towards the member from Hants East, or the member from Dartmouth South, or the member from Atlantic Halifax. Maybe Victoria the Lakes, Madam Speaker, will voice their concerns or ask questions in law amendments. Maybe they'll ask questions about what I just laid out earlier, about what is the public engagement? What is this process? Are they going to participate in law amendments, or are they going to remain silent? Now, people from Victoria the Lakes in Lunenburg, Cole Harbour East, they all remain silent on Bill 37. Is this what we are to expect during law amendments on Bill number 1? Sackville Beaverbank, Hants Plains, Louisville, King South, Timberley Prospect, all sat in silent during Bill 37. Clare Digby, silence. Cumberland North, silence. And so far, we have heard 10 minutes on Bill 1. And I think I have raised many questions. And the silence, again, is obvious to what I'm observing, is that we're going to have a bill that's trying to be rammed through this House. We have the tinted windshield vehicles in our parking lot as we speak. We have police tape around the perimeter of this building. And the list goes on. Is this a democracy? I think not. Or not what I want to be part of. I want to be engaged with the public and make sure that I'm doing the right thing at all times. Madam Chair, it's interesting to note that certainly the healthcare system has affected a number of us, and I just want to take this opportunity to recognize some of my colleagues, their personal fight with health issues, particularly the members from Sydney River, the Myra Lewisburg. I know that is dealing with some personal health issues, and I just want to take this opportunity to recognize that there is some serious health issues with our colleagues, and I look forward to their wisdom. Also, I'm looking forward, Madam Chair, I'm looking forward to my friend, my colleague from Sydney Whitney Pier, and my understanding that he will be addressing the House in a few short minutes or hours sometime today. I look forward to that, Madam Chair, and I know that, again, they are facing some personal health issues, and I'm sure that they'll bring their own unique aspect and concerns forward to this floor, and I look forward to it. But I just make a few comments about what I have observed, and these individuals are fighting their own health issues, and they'll bring their own collective thoughts, not only to the second reading, but also they'll participate in law amendments. And to watch my colleague last night just go out and engage themselves with the people on the street. They did not, the member from Sydney Whitney Pier did not have to have a tinted windshield in front of him. He did not have to have the authorities to protect him. And he did that on several occasions, and I respect that. And it's certainly interesting to see that unfold in our society, and I look forward to my colleagues' wise words in a few short minutes. But I also want to recognize my colleagues from Hants West, and I have observed this, and I want to pay him a remark or a tribute. I noticed that he spoke roughly close to 55 minutes, somewhere in that general, without one note. Not one note. And my observation is that I instantly connected the dots, is that that individual has worked in that profession. He appreciates the professionalism and has come from that background. So there is no need for notes, Madam Chair. It simply comes from the heart. And I made some notes on his delivery, and they were wise words, as all of my colleagues have contributed. I'm going to close here in a few minutes, but I want to just hopefully that I've got your attention, and my attention and my theme was concerning a centralized decision-making board, or one super board. And I have a great concern about that, because I feel that rural communities across Nova Scotia may get lost in the erosion of any of these facilities in rural Nova Scotia is certainly something that I don't want associated to a legacy. I want to protect those. I want to be very clear on that. And when you stand up for the hospitals in Liverpool or in Shelburne, Roseway Hospital, and to make sure that they're open, and you know that a lot of those district health authorities around that surrounding area had volunteers, and I'm deeply concerned about the loss of their input and their voice. And that local voice, and I just want to end on this. My very first speech in this chamber, Madam Speaker, was about health care. It was about the establishment of building Bayside Home, which was promised 40 years or 30 years in a place called Barrington. 4 premiers had promised that, and to me, them 4 premiers representing centralized decision-making process. And they did not deliver. They did not deliver to that community. It was the local voice of many individuals who knew that that long care term facility was important to that community, and their voice was crucial in making sure that their members' loved ones was taken care of. And that same concern has not diminished from my perspective as I sat here today. I'm deeply concerned that any erosion of that rural voice is going to be lost in a centralized super board. That's what a local voice can do. And it's going to be interesting, Madam Chair, to see, particularly this government, if the backbenchers will break their silence and they will listen to the people of Nova Scotians. And we are here to stand up for healthcare workers. I look forward to my colleagues' comments. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a great privilege for me to have the opportunity to be here today to represent many Nova Scotians in their concern with respect to Bill number 1. And one thing that we have learned, Madam Speaker, along this short journey to date since the Liberals became government last year is that they are very aware of the importance of image and perception, and that's what's worked on all the time. It's not the reality of what's truly taking place. It's that perception that they can give. And I know that the Premier and the Minister of Health is a part of that, and they like to use buzzwords that they feel would resonate with Nova Scotians. Things such as sustainability of the health care issues in our province and sustainability with the healthcare system. And I think before they use those buzzwords, Madam Speaker, that they need to take a time to look up in the dictionary what they actually mean, because the word sustainability means in the Webster Dictionary that it is using a resource so that the resource is not depleted or permanently damaged. Well, Madam Speaker, Bill number 1 has already created permanent damage in the province of Nova Scotia. We can see that with our health care labor situation that we're dealing with today and what we dealt with back in April with the home care workers and the nurses. And the mistreatment and the disregard of the rights of the very people who work on the front lines. And they touch the lives of Nova Scotians each and every day. And I'm sure that each and every member in this House has experienced the passion and dedication from a healthcare worker, whether it's a personal experience or it's an experience of a family member. And, you know, we are all human beings, we're all here to try to do good, but it's very important for us to maintain and have a level of respect for each other. And where is the respect coming from our leadership when that leadership is taking away the voices, the very voices of those people that are taking care of us? We all use the health care system. We all have an investment in the health care system. We all want the health care system to get better. And it is not an easy job. I know that the Minister of Health has a huge portfolio on his hands. But what's important along the process is cooperation and transparency And it must be important because those are the very words that the Liberals used last year, this time, running up to an election, telling people that that is what we are about. We will be a government of transparency. We will be a government of cooperation. So people are realizing, they're seeing, unfortunately, within a year, that those were only words. There wasn't an action attached to those. And you will see that when you are forced into another election, you're going door to door. You're probably hearing it from, people are probably hearing from their constituents already. And sustainability means working with a plan. And that is one of the biggest issues here. I mean, when you look at amalgamation, and you look at what amalgamation can create, and Madam Speaker, I have had that experience. A number of years ago, I had an opportunity to work for Halifax County Municipality when it represented the county. And we had suburban areas, and we had rural areas. And it was during the Savage years, a Liberal government, that made the same very wrong decision with HRM in terms of forcing amalgamation. And it was a horrific experience that I know that when you talk to anybody that had worked for HRM at that time, or may still work for them, they know that that experience is one that they certainly do not want to relive again. And I can tell and say from a personal note that it was. There was no planning around that either. It was a fait accompli. It was a decision that had been made by the Liberal government of the day without putting plans in action. The concept of amalgamation sounds good, and it rings well for people in terms of saying that we can't have all these top administrators making big salaries, and what we're going to do under amalgamation is actually bring them all together and to make a better system with fewer in the administrative level. But the reality of that, Madam Speaker, is that it does not work. We have seen that across Canada. And that's one thing that I have to say truly baffles me, in the sense that why would we repeat the same mistakes that other provinces have made and have realized and have publicly even come out and have said that's not the way to do it? There's certainly nothing wrong with streamlining and to look at, is there a better way for us to do our administration? And does it mean to do some amalgamation in some area and maybe not in others? And so there's nothing wrong with that. One of the things with Halifax County that I saw, that one of the first steps should have been was amalgamation of services. And I've always said that would have been a better first step towards a full amalgamation if that's what was discovered was the best route. But it takes a couple things. It takes time, and it takes planning and research, and it takes consultation. Those are the key elements that are missing here in Bill number 1. And that will come back to haunt the Liberal government. There's no question at all. And as I said, I experienced that with Halifax County because of the fact that there were many duplications in services that were taking place at the county office, in the city of Halifax, the city of Dartmouth, that there was no reason why departments could not have come together and had discussions in with respect to how can we save some money? How can we do a one huge run in printing, because each one of us each year at the same time put out particular publications, or the tendering process comes together as a one-step process in particular equipment. There's many, many areas that within government or within health authorities that those discussions should take place, because there will also be an awful lot of waste, Madam Speaker, when you start amalgamating, because there are things that are already produced in printed materials. There's things that have already been decided that have been implemented halfway. Those things, when you do the amalgamation, will still be there and have cost money, but not usable anymore. And that's what happened with Halifax County and the HRM amalgamation. And to this day, there's very few people that would be in HRM that said that that was a good thing to do. All you need to do is go out to the more rural areas and ask them, was HRM amalgamation a good thing to do? And I know I live in a rural community, and I know I represent, for example, the community of Hubbards. And the community of Hubbards is divided by two municipalities, Chester Municipality and HRM. On the Chester side, lo and behold, they have sidewalks, because the decision-making is done by the local municipal council on that side. On the HRM side, there's no sidewalks, and you can't get sidewalks because the council is more centralized. Although you have municipal councillors, when it comes to the dollars and the decisions for sidewalks, at least, they're putting the infrastructure and sidewalks in the urban area. So the rural communities have lost out. And that's just one of many of examples. And that will actually occur in this health amalgamation. There will be services and there will be supports that we now receive in rural Nova Scotia that will not be there after amalgamation, that we will lose, Madam Speaker. And that is sad. Once those are lost, it's hard to rebuild. And there has been a lot of discussion about community, and that the government says that there is a plan about community involvement. Well, I think that we all deserve to see what that plan is, because it's easy to say we have a plan. I would actually like to see the plan. What is the plan? How do you make a change without a plan? And that's what I fear is taking place here. How do you make a change without a plan? I mean, even in our personal lives, if we want to make a major change in our career or make a major change in our relationship, we have some kind of plan around that. But unfortunately, this government has missed that. And for whatever reason, they're trying to push Bill number 1 through very quickly. I don't know whether it's because you think that the pressure will be over after the bill goes through and people will go away. But I can tell you that is not going to happen, because you're affecting at least 14,000 employees and workers around this province. Those very people have family and friends. Those very people are saving lives every day or helping seniors and helping people, and the message will get out. So if you think that ramming this bill through in a couple days, that then you can just close the file and go on, I can tell you that's not going to happen. And it is very concerning that in a province that people have worked for years and years, not just decades, but centuries, for their rights and their abilities, And the people veterans that have lost their lives, even young people in the more modern wars that we've been facing. And it's always about democracy, how hard they're fighting for democracy. Well, what is democracy? Well, democracy, my understanding, Madam Speaker, is that you have a right to voice your opinion. You have an ability to picket. You have an ability to march up and down the street. But you also, what's always a key element of democracy is that you're part of the conversation. You're part of the decision-making. And that is the part that the Liberals have taken away. It's very strange, I find, to be here yesterday and to experience such security, and I know my other colleagues have mentioned it. Now, if somebody didn't tell me that I was in Nova Scotia, I would have thought I was in a foreign country, because that's what I've seen on the news for many years. You know, people protesting because their rights have been taken away to express themselves at the table. They're not part of the policy or planning process. And so the only means that they feel they have is to march up and down the street and to contact those people that they had thought were representing them. And I hope that everybody in this House just thinks about it. What does that image give to the rest of Canada and the world of what Nova Scotia is becoming? I mean, we talk about how important it is for us to develop our economic base and make Nova Scotia look like a welcoming place to come and live. Well, I don't think with what we saw the last several days, what we saw in April, certainly does not give the image or perception that this is a welcoming place to come to live or work. And that's the very thing that is baffling to me, because that's where the Liberals have been experts. They've been experts on developing image and perception. And yet they're allowing our province to be seen worldwide as a place that is taking rights away from people. And that's really discouraging. And we talk about how we want to try to keep our young people here and to encourage them to raise their families, because we have an older population. We're in a crisis now. Well, what is this doing? This is not keeping young people here or families. They will make a decision to live. Why elsewhere? Why would you want to live in a province that you go to work and you feel that by the leadership of your province you're not respected, you're not being listened to, you know, and you're saving lives, and you're touching people's lives each and every day under very extreme circumstances. And it's not a work-friendly place, yet they still go, because what's important to them is those lives that they're touching. And yet we're not there for them, those very people that are saving lives and making the healthcare system better. You know, we have a lot of crisis that we're dealing with in the healthcare system. I mean, people know that. And there's a domino effect to these type of decisions, that you can't just sit here and live in the moment. You have to also look at what has taken place in the past and what will take place in the future. And what took place in the past under a Liberal government was forcing about 1,000 nurses out of our province. It was horrendous. And that domino effect did not stop when another political party got in. The chaos and the crisis that is created by that kind of decision continues on. And it even continues on today, that some of the issues that have been felt in the healthcare system was a result of that very bad, poor decision made by a Liberal government to force our nurses to leave this province and to lose 1,000 healthcare workers that we desperately needed. And so are we repeating history? It looks like it, Madam Speaker. We're repeating history on the crisis and chaos that the savage years created in nursing, the crisis and chaos that was created by the savage government with amalgamation of HRM, and how much more information do the decision makers on the government side need to see that and to know that does not work? We have the research, we have the information, we have history that shows that. And it's not going to be any different today. You're not putting any kind of magic potion into your amalgamation to make a difference. And so we're going to lose people because of your decision, and we're going to have people who are not going to want to come to Nova Scotia. So when the Minister of Health does his calculations of savings, and he says in the millions, well, have you also looked at the calculation of what you're going to lose in terms of people leaving the province? I mean, you can't have one without the other. So, you know, you may say you're going to get these savings, and you really truly don't even know that. That's just guesstimates. Yet at the same time, we do know, too, that you're going to have a loss. And so it's so important to look at both sides of the coin and not try to give the information or try to say to Nova Scotians, this will be a savings. It certainly wasn't a savings with amalgamation of HRM, because what happens is you may have one CEO who almost gets double of their salary, but you also create a new line in the organizational chart. And I bet you we will see that with this amalgamation, because the reasoning will be as well, now we have all these people that we have to represent and all these hospitals, we need the support staff for that. So what happens is you go through the whole severance package and the early retirement package costing an awful lot of money. And then you look at those who are still hanging around, and because they have relationships and they've been there for a long time, they're going to be placed in positions. There's no question. We've seen that with all amalgamations, all through Canada. So what you're going to do any differently than the others, I certainly do not know, and I think that we should know. I think that as a person who represents people in Nova Scotia, that I should have that knowledge base. If your plan is so solid, and as I said, I don't believe there is quite a plan, if the plan that you're toting is really there, why can you not provide that to the people of Nova Scotia? Why can you not provide that to me as an MLA if you have the information? And as my colleague said earlier, it's an analogy that's really fitting is the fact that what you're doing is that you're building a home without a plan. How many of us would have done that in our own personal lives? You're building a home without a plan. You're not putting in a foundation. You're not putting walls in, but you're putting the roof on somehow first. That's what's happening. And the roof's going to fall in, come crashing down. And it's not only going to come crashing down on the Liberals as politicians. The unfortunate part, it comes crashing down on the people of Nova Scotia and those that need that service and those who are most vulnerable. That's the real sad part. Whether you're going to be sitting here in your seats after the next election or not.
Order, please. I'd like to remind the honourable member to please direct your comments in the third person towards the chair instead of in use of they. Thank you.
So whether or not members will be in the seats as representatives is not really the issue that I'm concerned about. They may be concerned about that, but the real issue is how is this going to affect Nova Scotians? And First, I've been talking about the workers, and that's really important because there's been a great deal of silence actually from our minister from the Department of Labor and Advanced Education, and it's a little bit ironic because on their website, on the first page, it says the Department of Labor and Advanced Education works to provide fairness, safety, and prosperity for all Nova Scotians by helping them live, learn, and work to their potential. So I guess my question is, where is the fairness for those people that are out there marching tonight and the other healthcare workers across our province? Where is that fairness? I'm not seeing it, and I don't believe that they feel that they're seeing it. Where is the democratic process? Each and every one of the members representing the Liberals had the opportunity to be in their seats today because of the democratic process, and then it's being ignored. I think that's quite sad. You know, I really think that members need to reflect on that, because I know that most of the members that are representing the Liberals have gotten involved in this job because of the importance to them and feeling that they can make a difference in people's lives. Well, you don't want to make negative differences in people's lives. I know it's challenging because of the fact there's many people that are, and few people trying to make decisions, and they are always thinking on a political nature. But to truly represent people, you have to think on a people's nature, not a political nature. And it's time that you do that and look within yourself and themselves to do that. So, as I said, unfortunately, the Minister of Labor and Advanced Education has been very silent about the chaos that is taking place now within our labor movement in the province of Nova Scotia. Another question I guess that I have that I'll pose is where in all of this is the member from Annapolis in terms of the comments that have been made in the past from that member? And I'm wondering if there's an evil twin, and the reason why I have to question that is because, you know, it was just a little over a year ago that the member from Annapolis said this very clearly to union members and to the labor workforce, that we respect and will continue to respect your hard-earned rights and collective agreements. Well, that's not happening. How can one say that and now it's completely different? Because it goes back as far, Madam Speaker, as 2007, and as it was tabled today from a member of the Conservative Party, a notation and an article from the Annapolis County Spectator. And I remember from Annapolis said at that time that many of the province's healthcare workers are on the front line every day, and that they know what happens if they are not there to provide care to Nova Scotians when they need it. They know better than anyone else how important their jobs are and how much people rely on their care every day. What happened, Madam Speaker? Like, is there an evil twin or something that suddenly came around? Because the fact is, that's not the words of that same member.
Excuse me? I believe that calling a member the possibility that there's an evil twin is an unparliamentary language, so I would... must be one... I think you're treading very, very close, so I would ask you to refuse. All right, proceed.
That's fine, Madam Speaker. That's fine. People have heard me. One of the things one of the things that we have talked about is the concern in our local communities and how an amalgamation of this nature with no plan will affect them. And I know that the Minister of Health referenced today that he was going to be on a tour with, to go around and talk to seniors. Well, I would like to invite the Minister to, when he's touring Nova Scotia, that he spends some time with me on the South Shore, because I will take him around and I'll take him on what I would call a reality tour. Not a tour that takes you to people that are hand-picked to be around you to make it look good. I will take him on a tour to be able to talk to those people who are experiencing the crisis in our healthcare system and crises that are being made right now because of Liberal government decisions. And a very good example is that I don't know how many times before the election and after the election, both the Premier and the Minister of Health have stated publicly how important it is for seniors to have the opportunity to remain in their homes as long as possible. And I agree with them. And the NDP have always agreed with them, and we work very hard in government to be able to move that along. And what we knew and what we saw is that it wasn't just about the importance of providing more opportunities for health support in seniors' homes. And we know that that was very important, and there's not a government in this or a political party, Madam Speaker, that can make those changes overnight. I realize that. We all realize that. But the important part to make a change successful is not to do it on a political cycle, but to do it on life cycles and to be able to have a plan that there's financial commitment attached to that plan over a number of years. And one of the things that came very apparent to us while we were in government, that beyond the medical support to help seniors stay in their home longer, because we know that we are in a crisis with seniors and the number of seniors in our province. We know that we do not have enough long-term care beds. And as we develop those and try to support those, at the same time, people experience life on a daily basis. And people have to have things done and support for them to be able to get through their day. And one of the things that we did discover was the importance to provide support for those things that we may think are just little, because we have the capacity and ability to do it. But those things to a senior are huge barriers. And those are the things such as providing funding for things such as wood piling, cutting of wood. We're now in the fall season, we'll soon be in the winter season. So many of the seniors need and homes. We have the oldest homes in all of Canada in terms of housing stock, not just public housing stock, but people's private homes. And you can just see that when you take a drive around Nova Scotia, how old people's homes are and their inability to maintain those homes. And so, and there are challenges with heating and the importance of having somebody to be able to deliver a cord of wood or 2 cords of wood and help them put that in their basement. Or for a senior that will be trapped in their home because they don't have the money to hire somebody to plow their driveway. And what kind of crisis that could put. Just imagine being 90 years old and being stuck in your home. It could be 3 or 4 days, and that you do not have family available, and you can't get out because you cannot afford to have your driveway plowed. Or in the summer months that you need your lawn mowed. Those type of little things, but are huge when you are a senior trying to stay in your home on a very limited income. And the NDP initiated through the health authorities a pilot project that allowed the health authorities to identify those seniors coming through the hospitals or through medical care units that were in that type of crisis. And the difference for them not going into a senior citizen's home or going into the hospital for months at a time, waiting for a home, could have simply meant that they were getting their driveway shoveled. And that program was piloted for about a year. And probably about 3 weeks ago, I discovered, and it was done very quietly in the back rooms, that that program that supported our seniors at up to $500 a month was cut by this Liberal government to $500 a year. Now, I have been totally shocked. I have received a number of calls from seniors, and that's why I invite the Minister of Health to travel with me on what I call a reality tour. Now, we all take those calls that are very heart-wrenching. You take a call that I took about 2 weeks ago in the evening from a senior couple, and the wife is crying. Her husband is a double amputee. He lost his second leg in February, and she's saying, "What do we do, Denise? I do not know what we are going to do." We just got a letter today saying that the program of $500 a month has now been taken away. It's $500 a year. And what we already spent will be a part of that program. We used it to have somebody come in and mow our grass during the summer months. And what are we going to do? Winter's coming on. What are we going to do? The money is gone now. There was no transition, there was no discussion, it was just a letter saying that that decision was made. And she was apologizing to me for crying. And I said to her, "Don't ever apologize for crying, because your life is now in crisis and an unfortunate decision that I bet you that most of the members sitting in the seats of the Liberals do not even know about. Nobody even told them that this program was cut. I bet you that if I had the opportunity to see inside people's head or hear what they're saying now, that they did not know this program was cut." And she said to me that they felt that they did not know what to do. They wouldn't be able to stay in their home. Her husband was talking about they had to go to a senior's home, which there's no room available. They did not want to go, and he was talking about suicide. And I can provide this house with their name. And I got more than just one call similar to that. And Madam Speaker, that's why I will stand here today, and I will speak with a lot of persistence and speak about these stories, because it's mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling that a year ago that Nova Scotians had people knocking on their door saying, "Hello, I'm a Liberal candidate. I believe in Nova Scotia first. I believe in transparency. I believe in consultation. I believe in cooperation. I believe in the most vulnerable, those people that are low income. I believe in seniors, and I'm here to work to help you." And yet, what you would say in an overall provincial budget that was a small amount in comparison to other monies that are spent, and sometimes on frivolous things, but yet where the money was directed to be cut was in a seniors program that was working. The other health authorities across the province actually had used up all the money and had a waiting list of seniors because of the crisis that we are in this province. And yet, how in good conscience can anybody say to a senior, "We care about you," when in turn that those that need the help the most What is up to $500 a month if it means that a senior is going to stay out of the hospital that may cost you $2,000 a day? Where is the logic of taking money away from a program like that? Where is the logic? And that's part of the concern. What's happening is that these little programs that are health-related are being attacked because there is no plan. It's being done on an ad hoc basis. Whoever made that decision, I don't know how they could look a senior or their parent or in the face to know that no way, come on now. That was a program that we as a provincial government budgeted for. So it's time that the Liberals stop pointing fingers at everybody else and start governing this province in the appropriate manner instead of blaming everybody else. You know, ridiculous to even for the member to say that was a federal government program. That was not. It was an NDP pilot project through the health authorities. And what a shame, Madam Speaker, that the member does not even have the knowledge to know that. And as a minister, my colleague next to me says, and doesn't even know. So who made that decision? So, that.
Order, please. The member from Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
Just tells it all. That just tells it all when you have a minister try to blame that on the federal government, and it was a project that was budgeted through the NDP government. And it was a project that even if it happened to be federal, which it was not, that if the federal government took it away, in all good conscience, any provincial government would make sure that still exists. Because that $500 a month, in order to get those things done, was very important. And truly, it's easy to sit in the confines of this building and not feel the depression and not feel the crisis or not feel how those individuals are trying to deal with their daily lives. I had another woman call me, Madam Speaker, and she said, I'm going to have to choose now between, do I get groceries? And we all know the cost of groceries. What do I do? What do I do? Because I have to choose whether or not I'm going to heat my home or if I get groceries. We had another story of a gentleman that had to he was ripping off his baseboards last winter to heat his home until the Social Health Authority, through an organization called Helping Hands, discovered this because he was ill and had to be taken to the hospital. And instead of keeping him in the hospital, they were able to take him back to his home because they were able to use that money to get him what he needed in terms of wood and in terms of heat. So what a logical program. You know, you keep a senior in their home because that's where they want to be, and you provide them with $500 a month, right? What does it cost? What do cabinet ministers receive for car allowance? $700 a month. With a you get close to
Order, please. Order, please. The member from Chester St. Margaret's. Order. Order, please. The member from Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
Can do is provide well, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but let's put forward the expenses that have been spent today, from everything from travel to expenses, and let's see, you know, in terms of what $500 a month can do to help a senior in this province. So I mean, I must have hit a sore point in order to say that, because
Order, please. The member from Chester St. Margaret's has the floor, please.
Say, Madam Speaker, with clear conscience, as a member of the previous government in the cabinet, we did not submit the monthly expenses for our vehicles. We did not do that, and we made that choice. So what I'm saying is that there's priorities that have to be made, you know. But I mean, to chip away at a program that's $500 a month to help a senior stay in their home is really sad. And so, Madam Speaker, that's what concerns about this, the bill number 1, because what we're looking at will happen is, when you centralize, one of the biggest challenges of centralization is that you have people in one area making decisions for people that live in other communities, and every community is very unique, and that's why the involvement at the community level and the grassroots level is critical in order to serve the people of Nova Scotia with their health needs and to make a difference, because of the fact that there are unique opportunities. We talk about the Ivany Report, and the Ivany Report points out that what needs to be done in our province is
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of the Finance. That's it, money.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to raise a point of order around some of the comments that were just made by the honourable member opposite relating to special allowances for cars for cabinet ministers. And I just wanted to clarify for the benefit of the House that there are no car allowances of any sort at all for cabinet ministers today in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, what is really important is the fact that we have people in communities that need to be part of the decision-making process, and this government is taking that away from the communities. We need to be able to see what the plan is. And it's so critical to have a plan that, if you're proud of a plan, if you even have a plan, why can you not provide that to the people of Nova Scotia so they know what will happen in the future in terms of health care? Just because there's an idea that when you centralize and reduce the number of health care units and the authorities in the province, that doesn't mean it's a golden ticket to save money. It doesn't mean it's a golden ticket in order to make a better health care system. And that has been shown over and over and over by other governments in Canada trying that. It just does not work. It may take time, and that's what this government is not allowing for. They're not allowing for time. Another issue that needs to be considered, Madam Speaker, is with respect to the IWK Grace. They do a fabulous, fabulous job in this province. And is there a plan specifically for the IWK Grace in terms of women's health issues across this province? Because many of the individual health authorities have programs within the smaller communities that are not under IWK Grace's, they're not run by them. So what's going to happen there? Are we going to lose those programs? Where is the funding going to be taken away from those programs? And I've had the opportunity to talk to people in the healthcare system, even at the specialist level, and that was where the alarm bells were going off. That's what they were saying to me. The fact is, they weren't so caught up in amalgamation itself, if it works, but they said there has been no planning, there has been no consultation, there has been no discussion, and they're the people each and every day that know their job inside out and feel that if this government would only listen to them and incorporate some of what they want to suggest as part of the plan, there might be a possibility of some of it working. But there's such a refusal from this Liberal government to consult. And, you know, it was, like I said, less than a year ago that was the word of the day, that we're going to consult and we're going to talk to people. So what has changed, Mr. Speaker, in that? What has changed? It's, you know, It's the same as what we had said, I was saying earlier in term of, you know, outside looking like another country, having like 40 police officers and 4 plainclothes police officers. And I mean, I don't think any one of us would ever dreamt that that was going to happen here in the province of Nova Scotia. And it only takes a Liberal government less than a year and it's happening. I mean, that just doesn't sound right. Don't you question that as members of your party? Don't you wonder, you know? And do you never, those who were here before in opposition, do you never refer back to your notes and what you said that are recorded in Hansard?
Order, please. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think that there's many things, Mr. Speaker, that has to be considered that's not being considered. As I've said, and many others on this side of the House, is that it's not that we are saying that that amalgamation itself is the issue here. What is the issue is the timing, how the government is going about it, why the rush, why the lack of consultation with those who are involved. I don't think that any one of us would appreciate it if we were not consulted on decisions that were affecting our life. We are supposed to show others in the province leadership. We're supposed to show the corporations the importance of fairness to employees and to support their rights and their abilities. Where is that all going? And it's unfortunate that is now happening. People have worked for decades and decades to make sure that we live in a province that enables them to feel free to voice their opinion, but also be a part of the process. And that's what's missing here. You're excluding those that you're making decisions for out of the process. And you're taking that fairness away from them. And I think it's, you know, what goes around comes around. It's going to catch up to you. Unfortunately, I think for many of you over there, because of the fact that...
Order, please. I'd like to remind the member for Chester St. Margaret's not to refer to the other honourable members in the House directly, please. Your comments through the chair. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
Thank you. And I know that, as I've said before, Mr. Speaker, that the intentions of everyone in this House are good intentions. It's the process of how you execute those intentions, and that's what the issue is here today for us, is the part of not allowing those who you are taking, that rights are being taken away and that they're not being involved, that there isn't a concrete plan. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, what we have to do is we have to reflect on the fact that it was not even quite a year ago that the Liberals told Nova Scotians that they were first, that Nova Scotia was first. And I guess that what did not happen is that they did not complete the sentence. So I'm wondering what the first meant. Was it the first to attack our democratic process in Nova Scotia? Or was it the first to create absolute chaos in our health care system? Was it the first to disregard the passion and dedication and hard work of our health care workers? Was it the first to ignore the fact that patients need and people need those health care workers, and they can make a huge difference in their recovery when they're ill? But I do know one of the firsts that will happen. I do know that many of the new Liberals will experience one thing, Mr. Speaker. It will be the first and the last time that they will be an MLA. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I'm pleased to rise to my feet today here to respond to the introduction of Bill Number 1, the Health Authorities Act. This act combines the Health Authorities Act, the IWK Act, and the QE2 Act, and it creates two corporate bodies, the Provincial Health Authority and IWK, and we're told the board will have 13 competency-based directors. Now, I know a lot of very good CEOs were available for the main position of CEO for the new health authority, including Peter McKinnon from my own now defunct Colchester East Hants Health Authority. They did a wonderful job in my community, Mr. Speaker, and they will be sincerely missed. They really brought the community together. They raised a lot of money. The foundation, the hospital foundation, raised about $27 million for our new hospital, and many of us in the community are extremely sad to see it go. But now the new CEO has been announced for this new body, and interestingly, she happens to be from the Premier's own Valley Health Authority. So I'm told that she is very competent, and I wish her well in this huge undertaking, which has been tried before in other jurisdictions and apparently has not worked. But it certainly isn't guaranteed to save money or to improve our healthcare system, that's for sure. And the minister himself has continued to try to tell the public and this House exactly how much this move is going to save or cost us, but there really still seems to be a big question mark. The other part of Bill Number 1 concerns the labor movement. And I know we've already heard a lot about that today, and in fact we can hear the people still outside this building as they chant and try to have their voices heard inside the chamber. I have to say that when it comes to this particular part of the bill, I'm extremely concerned for the people of Nova Scotia, for the patients in Nova Scotia, and for the workers in Nova Scotia, because this legislation appears to be government's move to dictate labor representation to the healthcare workers of this province, which does not, I think, bode well for anybody. In my opinion, healthcare workers of Nova Scotia are in fact under attack. And as a proud union member myself, and have been for 38 years, ever since I qualified as a professional actor at the Neptune Theatre just down the street at the ripe old age of 17. In fact, I belong to 4 unions myself, 2 in Canada, 2 in the States. CAEA, Canadian Actors Equity, ACTRA, Academy of Canadian Television and Radio Artists, AFTRA, and SAG, the Screen Actors Guild. And I've been a proud union member, still pay my dues, and still get to meetings whenever I can. See, that's because people, I believe, deserve to make a living wage. And those people who are not in unions, who are living on minimum wage or at the discretion of their employers, are often struggling to make a living. Unions work hard to ensure that people make a living wage and that they are respected in the workplace and that they are protected in the workplace as well. So this move by this particular current Liberal government particularly bothers me for these reasons, and also as critic for the status of women, since so many healthcare workers are female. Women have fought hard for our rights and to be treated as autonomous human beings, and as such have the inherent right to association. That means to choose which association we intend to associate with and to be members of. So let's face it, without unions, women would still be slaves in this continent, and still are in many workplaces around the world where they have no unions to protect them. Check out the Triangle Shirtwaist fires in New York, for instance. This was a very important event in the history of the labor movement, as it was in the history of the women's movement in North America. And of course, we don't have to go very far from home when we mention William Davis, who was a coal miner who died trying to fight for better conditions for his fellow coal miners in Cape Breton. And in my own family history, I'm quite proud to find out that my great-great-grandfather was one of the first instigators of the Australian Federation for Coal Miners in Australia. He was from Glasgow, Scotland, where there was a lot of coal mining activities. He moved to Newcastle, Australia, where they also developed a coal mine rather like the one here in Nova Scotia, which goes far, far out under the sea. And my great-great-grandfather, Thomas Marshall, saw all the hardships and the accidents and the deaths. And so he decided with some of his friends to form the very first Federation of Coal Miners and to try and help change the issues and change the dialogue, really, to make owners and management start to listen to the workers and to hear their concerns. And that's why I'm concerned about Bill number 1 and bills like this, which I feel are overriding the workers and what they feel their needs are that need to be met. And it's doing so in a very heavy-handed fashion. So put together all of the anti-union and anti-worker bills that have been passed in the last year of this government really amount to me to the beginning of a type of class war in this province, a type of dividing and conquering among the unions themselves, and trying to convince the public that unions are somehow selfish or entitled because they're trying to get better working conditions for their members. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's not a race to the bottom. Everybody should have a good pension. Everybody should have a living wage. In fact, I lived in Sweden for a year as an actor, where I was very honored to be chosen to come and do a play back in 1986, and they put me up for a whole year, and I managed to check out the situation there and see how people live in Sweden, where everybody is entitled to a living wage and gets one. So, for instance, they have free universal daycare, they have free post-secondary education, so young people don't come out of school with huge debts that they are trying for the rest of their lives to pay down. They also, once they graduate, they get a living wage, which means that whether they work or not, everybody gets enough money to be able to pay for an apartment and food on their table. So therefore, nobody ever has to worry about growing older and being a bag lady or a man in the street, which takes away a lot of stress. And in fact, there are less visits to the doctor, there are less visits to the hospital, there are a lot less sick days and stress days in the workplace, and people have much greater longevity, better than any other countries in the world, really, the Scandinavian countries. They also have shorter work weeks. People are not allowed to work beyond 40 hours because they believe, their governments believe, that quality time means spending time with your family, getting out in nature, bicycling. They have very good laws there for the environment, and anti-idling laws where when you stop at a red light you have to turn off your motor. And these are the types of things that help create a thriving environment and a very good business climate. So some people would ask, well, if you're being paid not to work, what's the point in working? But the difference is that in countries like Scandinavian countries like Sweden and Norway and Denmark, from an early age, children are taught that, in fact, they want to be proud of the work that they do, that they should be grateful for the fact that their community contributes so much to their well-being, and therefore they are taught to learn a craft, find out what you're good at. Then the education system helps streamline you into whatever school where you need to learn more about that activity. And then you feel good about giving back to your community because you're proud of your craft. You're proud to be part of the community, and you all pull together, as opposed to figuring out who wants to be a millionaire, who wants to marry a millionaire, and so forth, which I find that this North America and America in particular seems to be so pleased about trying to trumpet these kinds of shows on television and try to brainwash people into thinking that that's the way that they should be. They also don't have a fear of taxes over there. Of course, their taxes are higher than ours. They're in about the 60 to 70% range, but people don't complain about that because everything's free. They don't have to worry, and they don't stress, and they don't get sick. And so many of the things that we're paying for now, we pay for in other ways too, with our health and our well-being and our mental health. So put together, I just feel that a lot of the stuff that is coming at us right now from this new government it tends to make me nervous, and it makes the workers in this province nervous, because they feel like first they came for health workers. Who are they coming for next? Who's next on the chopping block? So as I said, I believe it's not a race to the bottom, but in fact, how can we improve conditions, working conditions, for everybody in Nova Scotia? Because that will make our province a much better province for people to live in, and people will want to come here and move here as well. I think the creative economy is also something we need to look at in this, to try and bring more artists to Nova Scotia. The better the field that we have here for the creative economy, for movies and television, for animation, the more people will move here and want to make this their home. Because trust me, artists pay attention to which provinces have the best offers for the arts. And the more that we talk about the arts, the more that we do for the arts, the more people are going to want to come to Nova Scotia and set up shop here and create families and have homes here. I was very sad to notice that there wasn't much in the throne speech about the creative industries and about arts and culture and heritage. And I hope that this government starts to think about that in the days, months, and years ahead. So I'm honored to be able to speak out here on behalf of both healthcare workers and their patients, because the workplace environment is so important for these healthcare workers in order to do their jobs for their patients. As we've already seen earlier last year, many healthcare workers and nurses are concerned because they're working long hours, there's not enough of them, and they feel that they just can't give the time and energy and attention to their patients in hospitals that they need to. And this type of legislation, Bill number 1, is actually, I'm afraid, sending young nurses away. I spoke to a number of them last night on the picket lines. I went around several times with them, and different people came up and spoke to me and said, you know, I just graduated, I just got a little part of the graduate retention rebate, and now it's being taken away, and now this. I'm already stretching my loose ends to try and make a living here, and I can't do it, and I'm not going to be able to do it in this province, so I'm going to have to move away. And this is what the refrain that I'm starting to hear over and over and over again. And in a province that really needs to retain its youth, I think that is a shame, and it saddens me. So I have spoken about Bill number 1 to a number of my constituents, including many RNs, LPNs, and other healthcare workers, as well as hearing from many others around the province who've contacted me with their concerns. These people are disappointed, they're afraid, and they're angry, Mr. Speaker. I saw some of them here at Province House last night and again today, Mr. Speaker. Why are they here? Well, they're here because they want their voices to be heard, Mr. Speaker. They want to exercise their democratic right to speak out against this bill and the actions of this Liberal government to dictate their labor relations, which they feel is an attack on their democratic rights as workers, as women, and as human beings. As a matter of fact, many of them are questioning whether, in fact, it's even legal. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, in the days to come. But as a Canadian, and as a proud Nova Scotian, and as the NDP critic for the status of women, I have to say I'm extremely concerned about these actions by the current government. I promised these concerned women, and let's be clear that it is women who make up 80% of the workforce that's being affected, that I would guarantee that their voices be heard inside this House as well as outside. Some of them said to me, if these were doctors, male doctors, that were parading around the house, would they be treated in the same way as these women, as these female workers? So I promised that if they sent me their letters, I would read them inside the House so that their voices could be heard inside the House as well as outside, and I would ask that the members respect in hearing them. Linda McDonald is a constituent of mine in Truro. She's a nurse who, since 1989, has worked as a continuing care coordinator in our community and at the hospital in Truro. Linda is also one of 2 women involved in bringing about better public awareness for the problem of human trafficking in Canada and in Nova Scotia in particular. In fact, she is the one who taught me that Highway 102 from Halifax through Truro and beyond to New Brunswick and Points West is known in that trade as the Highway of Tears because of all the women who've been trafficked against their will, many never to return. And there are some in my community, and I know their stories. Linda and her working partner, Jean Sarson, have both been very outspoken about the need to deal with this issue of human trafficking, which affects Nova Scotian women and girls from our own backyards, and in particular those from our First Nations communities, many of whom disproportionately and sadly end up on the missing and murdered list. Linda was here at Province House last night with a placard in her hands, trying to be heard by the members of this House, trying to tell the members opposite that she, of all people, feels that her rights are being taken away by this Liberal government. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, this is a woman who knows her rights and has spent a lifetime fighting for the rights of other women. Linda sent a letter expressing her concern to the Premier and also sent me a copy. It was dated September 26, 2014, and the subject matter stated, "I am a woman, and I want my democratic right to vote for the union of my choice." To Premier Stephen McNeil, I am a member of NSGEU, and I am writing to you as a person who became...
Order, please. Just want to remind the member, it's improper to use a direct name. I understand that, but the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River has the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start again. I am a member of the NSGEU, and I am writing to you as a person who became the present leader of the Nova Scotia government by a democratic vote of Nova Scotia citizens. Democracy is one of my most cherished values, and I am understanding that the Liberal government is planning to take away my democratic right to choose what union I belong to. The Minister of Health has been referenced to say that a mediator will be chosen to facilitate this process. I do not want a mediator to make my choice. I want my human right and my democratic right respected to exercise my own vote for my own choice of what union I belong to. I'm very satisfied with my job, benefits, and salary. My strong objection to this proposed legislation is based on my concern for democracy in Nova Scotia and in Canada, as this will be the very first time in Canadian history that such an action has been proposed. Canadian women before me fought for my right to vote and to be treated as a person, and under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2D, I have the individual right to freedom of association. I am not an object to be traded about. I am a woman, and I am gravely offended by the government's proposed actions. As a mother, I have always taught my adult children that democracy is a precious and precarious right. I do not agree with you that this way of organizing the health merger will be better for everyone in the long run. Dictating choices to people is not democracy, and all citizens lose when human rights are eroded. Linda McDonald. The next letter was from Beth Mayer. Hello, my name is Beth Mayer. I'm a member of NSGEU Local 42. I'm an LPN and work at the Veterans Memorial Building in Halifax with our World War II and Korean War veterans. I thoroughly enjoy my job there and had hoped to stay there for as long as possible. But after talking with my husband about the state of the government in Nova Scotia, we have decided for him to try and get a posting out of Nova Scotia for good. He is military. I grew up in this province and was once proud to say so. But since the government has enacted a new bill that essentially is going to get rid of my union and force me into another one, I can honestly say that I cannot wait to leave this province and get rid of this totalitarian style of government. I have paid into my union for years. I have voted on many aspects within my union, and now the government is taking that away from me. I thought it was horrible when they took away our right to strike, which essentially took away our one and only bargaining tool, but this new bill is worse. This new bill and the government that has enacted it is not democratic. Our unions had come up with a solution, and the government didn't even look at it. They told us that we would get whatever union they picked for us. How is this democratic? What is going to happen to our nurses? I can already tell you that my coworkers that are older are looking to retire early, before April 1st. The younger ones are looking for opportunities outside of this province. If the government is allowed to continue with this bill, it will essentially drive its healthcare workers away. I am disappointed in our government. Not just the leaders who are enacting these bills, but the people I helped vote in who are not standing up for our rights. We need help. We need people to help us stand up for what is right. This bill is not right and should not be allowed. It will ruin this province. I'm not sure what can be done at this point, but I'm trying to contact as many people who I think may be able to at least help. Please don't let our government do this. Stripping 24,000 healthcare workers of their right to vote on their union representation is simply wrong. Beth Mayer.
Order, please. Is the member going to read more letters?
I certainly am, and I'm going to table them as well.
I would ask that you just table your letters and summarize the opinions in the letters. This is your time to share your views, not
I'm
not
going
a
to,
time
but I
read
promised the
letters.
workers and the people of my constituency that I will read their voices so that they are heard in this House.
I would
So I'm
ask-
going to read a few more.
I'm going to respectfully ask the member to table the letters.
I need to read one more because I believe that the people in government need to hear this. I'll do it in my own voice then. Let's pretend, shall we?
I'll get you to ensure that you're just summarizing
Yes,
the letters,
we'll
please.
do that. Let's just say, I'm an actress, so I'm going to act the role, okay? Here we go. I'm going to act a role for you. No, it's not. I'm an actor. There's nothing disrespectful about that.
Order, please. I'll respectfully ask the member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River to summarize the letters in her hand, table them, and move on with her comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's just conjecture for a moment that I'm a young nurse, and I'm a recent graduate of Dalhousie School nursing program. So let's say when I graduate, I go straight to work due to the high amount of debt that I've accumulated from being a full-time student for 4 years. So specifically, I choose to stay in this province that I love so much because I know that there was, say, for instance, a graduate retention rebate that was available to help me for up to $15,000 to pay down my $20,000 worth of debt. However, let's just say that suddenly that was taken away from me, and now I still have $20,000 worth of debt accumulated from school. So wages are higher in other provinces, and I know that if I went to other provinces, I would be able to pay down that debt much more quickly. However, there's also more nursing jobs in other provinces, but I want to stay in the place that would best financially support me at the time with that retention, and I had decided this is where I was going to stay. But another key factor in choosing to work in Nova Scotia is that I know that I would be led by a union that values and respects nurses. And in fact, they negotiate with their employer for fair wages for me and fair benefits in our contracts. So Now, I'm afraid that since the Liberal Party has taken away the graduate retention tax rebate and is now going to be taking away my contract and my union, then I don't see any reason to stay and work in this province any longer. And in fact, I feel that Liberals who are going to introduce this legislation that will order basically a mediator to dictate which nurses, which union nurses like me belong to, and which contract and benefits we receive, is not democratic, it's a dictatorship. So just imagine if I had authority and said to the Liberals, there are too many of you, so I'm going to decide which of you I keep in the Liberal Party and which of you have to join another party. Let's say I say, in fact, you guys over here have to stay in the NDP party, you guys have to go to the Tories. Now, if I dictated that to you, how would you feel? Are we not a democratic society, Mr. Speaker? Is it not our constitutional right as Canadian citizens to vote for which party will represent us, whether it's government or a union? See, the answer is it's our constitutional right to vote. And I feel that the Liberal government's taking away my right in a roundabout way by giving us the mediator who will dictate the union and benefits. So one of the big concerns I have is my patients' safety. The reason for this is that many older nurses have said they're going to retire early if their contract is going to be stripped away from them, and young nurses like myself are going to leave the province and work elsewhere. So I have to ask you this. As a young nurse, what would you do in my situation? What would you do if you were me? What would you do about your patients who are sick and need your help? See, we know that this province is made up of a majority of older population with people that are getting older and will get sicker
Order,
year after
please.
year after year.
I have to remind the member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River that reading a series of quotations strung together with a few original comments does not constitute debate. I'm going to quote a ruling of Beauchesne on page 152. Ruling number 496, a member may read extracts from documents, books, or other printed publications as part of a speech, provided that in doing so, no rule is infringed. A speech should not, however, consist of only a speech, however, should not consist of a single long quotation or a series of quotations joined together with only a few original sentences. So again, I'll ask the member to table those letters. They'll be in the record, and continue on with her comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as I was saying, personally, as a young nurse in this province, I would be leaving. And this is what I'm hearing over and over again from people in my riding and people in others' ridings as well. And it concerns me, Mr. Speaker, because here we are in an aging province where we desperately need young people. And yet, what message is this government sending? We don't support you. If you want to have better representation, go somewhere else. And this is the message people are getting, Mr. Speaker, and this is a very disturbing fact. And it's disturbing because this isn't the first bill that's come forward like this. In fact, ever since day one of this government taking power, the first thing they've been doing is trying to erode labor in this province. And believe me, Nova Scotia has been behind the scenes with this for a very, very long time. And we're just starting to get caught up with our last government trying to bring us up to date with labor relations so that we don't have to worry about strikes and things like this, which, now has been negotiated away and taken away from the people. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern also is about the rural districts and about each of these little places that have had their own health authorities. Truro, for instance, is a small community. We're a very, very together community. We do a lot of work together. We raise a lot of money in our community. And people are not happy about this change and about what's going to happen in the future. People are afraid, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hearing from not just the workers themselves, but patients and older people who are concerned that their nurses and their staff are going to be going away. I've also heard, of course, from the home care support workers who are very, very upset about what happened earlier in this year. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that these people are everyday, ordinary, working Nova Scotians, and they feel that they are under attack. I come from a family that believes in the working class, that believes in a healthy working class. Because, Mr. Speaker, if everybody who's a worker stayed home, what would happen? I believe that's partly why Dr. Martin Luther King was killed, because he said to the people, stay home. Just stay home. Don't bother going to work on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever. See what they do. See what the system does. See how it grinds to a halt. They think that they run the show, but they don't. They would be nothing without the workers. And, Mr. Speaker, in the throne speech, I heard 8 times, I counted, about private industry and the private owners of the businesses, and that's very important for our economy and for our province, Mr. Speaker. But where is the fight for the workers themselves that are doing the grunt work, that are doing the labor? Mr. Speaker, it's not just the elite versus the rest, the 1% versus the 99%. We need a province that believes in equality and is ready to stand up for equality. And that's what the people around here right now with the bullhorns and the whistles are doing. They're trying to get people's attention so that people understand they are important too. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I promised these young people and older people that I would read their letters in the House is because this is the House of Assembly where people need to have their voices heard, Mr. Speaker. And if their voices cannot be heard here, then where can they be heard? You can't hear their voices if you're sneaking out the back of the building while the Premier is racing away in a dark, tinted car with the bright lights blaring and ignoring everybody, and then 30 people disappear out the back door and try and escape before they get cornered. I mean, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to make decisions that are going to affect people, then we need to stand up and we need to be able to face those people and explain why, not skulk and slope away into the dark shadows. Even in government, our NDP government faced a number of different challenges, but we never skulked, we never slid away. We stood up, we stood our ground, and we explained why we had to do what we had to do. There is not an emergency situation right now, Mr. Speaker. There is not an impending strike. And so why is this government trying to ram this bill through so quickly without much talk on it, without wanting to hear people's points of view about it? I'd like to know, is it because you have, for instance, a 1-year anniversary coming up on October the 9th, and you'd rather not have people parading around with bullhorns outside the legislature showing you how they are not happy with this first year of government? Perhaps that's why there's such a big hurry. I don't know. Only some of you would know the answer to that question.
Order,
But
please. I want to remind the honourable member not to refer to other honourable members directly. Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to talk about the fact that unions and working class people are under attack right across North America. We know that. The Conservative government of Mr. Harper has done a good job of taking away many people's rights, and it has not gone unnoticed. And in fact, I would suspect that in the next federal election, it's going to show quite clearly people's displeasure at some of these very undemocratic things that this gentleman has done. And in fact, I'm sure that there are many over on the other side who are hoping that they'll have a huge Liberal win. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, they should be very careful, because things like this do get out across the country, and people do find out what the Liberal Party is doing in Nova Scotia. And workers talk, and they email, and they Facebook. And there's this thing called the internet, and word spreads very, very quickly. So I would say that this sort of thing is not going to go away and is definitely going to be taken note of right across the country. And in fact, in the next election here in Nova Scotia. I would like to finish, Mr. Speaker, by talking about an event that happened in New York City way back in the 1900s, which was the beginning of the labor movement seriously in the early 1900s. First of all, I have to say also that in England, when the suffragette movement was starting, Mr. Speaker, I have a great-great-great-aunt named Emmeline Pankhurst, who is quite well known. In fact, she's quite famous and celebrated in the UK because she was one of the very first female suffragettes, and she was the one who chained herself to the palace gates of Buckingham Palace to try and get the vote for women. She used to stand on a soapbox on a corner and talk about her feelings about why women needed to be respected as people, as human beings, and have the right to vote. And she also talked about workers' rights as well. And in fact, she was a huge fan of the theater, and she used to go to the theater every Saturday and watch the matinees and watch her favorite actors perform, which apparently she would then use those gestures that those actors would use in her speeches. And she was known as the woman with the golden voice because her voice would capture people's imaginations. These angry men who did not want women to have the vote would actually stop screaming and yelling enough to listen to her. And in fact, she did live to a ripe old age, and she wasn't one of the ones who threw herself in front of horses at the racetrack, for instance, to try and get the attention for the right to vote. But she certainly did a lot of other things, including chaining herself to Buckingham Palace gates. Now, I'm not about to do that, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure that would be fun to watch. But I do believe strongly in what we're talking about today and what the people outside are trying to get the attention of this House about. But closer to home in North America, one of the events that happened here was called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire. And it happened in Manhattan, New York City on March 25th, 1911. It was the deadliest industrial disaster in the history of the city, and it was actually one of the deadliest in U.S. history. The fire caused the deaths of 146 garment workers, 123 of them women, and 23 men. They died from the fire, from smoke inhalation, or from falling and jumping to their deaths. Most of the victims were recent Jewish, Italian, Croatian women, and I'm, of course, of Croatian descent. They were aged 16 to 23, and most of the victims, the oldest one was only 43, and the youngest were 14-year-olds. Kate Leone and Sarah Rosaria Maltese. Because the owners had locked their doors to the stairwells and exits, a common practice which was used at that time to prevent workers from taking unauthorized breaks and costing the company money, many of these workers couldn't escape from the building, and they jumped from the 8th, 9th, and 10th floors to the streets below. But the fire led to an investigation, and it led to legislation which required improved factory safety standards and helped spur the growth of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, which then fought for better working conditions for sweatshop workers and, of course, all workers after that. So the company's owners survived the fire by fleeing to the building's roof when the fire began, and they ended up being indicted on charges of first and second degree manslaughter. Max Storer was the counsel for the defendants, and he managed to destroy the credibility of one of the survivors, Kate Alterman, by asking her to repeat her testimony a number of times, which she did without altering the key phrases. He then argued that for her to be able to do that over and over and over again, she must have been lying and she must have just memorized these lines. But, in fact, they were true. So the investigation in the end found that the locks were intended to be locked during working hours, and they acquitted the two men, but it only cost them $75 per deceased victim. So in the end, it only cost about $400. But people in the community, however, Mr. Speaker, they drew many, many lessons from this event. So in New York City, a committee on public safety was formed, which was headed by Frances Perkins, who was a social worker, to identify specific problems and lobby for new legislation, such as the bill to grant workers shorter hours in the work week. And the committee's representatives obtained the backing of the Majority Leader of the Assembly, whose name was Al Smith, and Robert Wagner, the Majority Leader of the Senate. And then this collaboration of machine politicians and reformers, known as the do-gooders, got results, especially since the chief, Charles Murphy, realized the advantage to be had from being on the side of the angels, as they say. In the years from 1911 to 1913, 60 of the 64 new laws recommended by a commission that was formed were legislated with the support of the governor. And as a result of the fire, the American Society of Safety Engineers was founded in New York City. But, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to say something that Rose Schneiderman said. She was a prominent democratic socialist and union activist of the day. She gave a speech at the memorial that was held at the Metropolitan Opera House on April 2nd, 1911, to an audience largely made up of the members of the Women's Trade Union League. But she used this fire as the argument for factory workers to organize. And the rest, as they say, is history. So here's what she said, Mr. Speaker, and I will table that and take my place. She said, "I would be a traitor to these poor burned bodies if I came here to talk good fellowship. We have tried you good people of the public, and we have found you wanting. We have tried you citizens. We are trying you now, and you have a couple of dollars for the sorrowing mothers, brothers, and sisters by way of a charity gift. But every time the workers come out in the only way they know how to protest against conditions which are unbearable, the strong hand of the law is allowed to press down heavily upon us. Public officials have only words of warning to us, warning that we must be intensely peaceable, and they have the workhouse just back of all their warnings. The strong hand of the law beats us back when we rise into the conditions that make life unbearable. I can't talk fellowship to you who are gathered here. Too much blood has already been spilled. I know from my own experience it is up to the working people to save themselves. The only way they can save themselves is by a strong working class movement." That was in 1911, Mr. Speaker. It's now 2014. It's only 100 years later, and I would say that the working class is under attack in the province of Nova Scotia. And with that, I'll take my seat.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and a privilege that I rise today to speak about health care. As it's well documented, the health care that I just received here in Nova Scotia was first class, bar none. Our health care workers are the best health care workers in the province in Canada. The nurses at the ENT clinic in the Victoria Hospital, they were absolutely fabulous. Angela, Adelia, Jennifer, all those nurses that, when you're under 12 and a half hour surgery and you wake up and you don't know where you're at, and they come to your room each and every day to make sure, that you're okay. We as elected officials are supposed to look after the frontline workers. We are supposed to look after them because as we get older and our families get older, who's going to look after them? But those people that are out there today are the ones that are going to be looking after us as we get older, as we're in long-term care, and we get sick as time goes by. Don't forget, they're the people that are going to be looking after you. So they're the ones that we should be looking after today. I wasn't going to get up and speak today, but I thought I'd get up after I saw my neighbor going in handcuffs in a paddy wagon on Hollis Street. My neighbor in Whitney Pier, Jason McLean. Now that brought back many memories of Sidney Steele, when Jason's great-grandfather, Palmer Margetti, and my grandfather, Donald Goss, were going through the same struggles in Sydney when they had Gatling guns and they brought in the army. At that time, in the early 1900s, they brought in the army from Halifax and they sent the army up in the general office of Sidney Steele and put the Gatling guns up on the top of the general office. And they ran, we have what's called a Whitney Pier. It's called Bloody Sunday. So that brought back memories of having people run over Whitney Pier by the army, by the police, women having miscarriages, you know, people on their way home from church getting severely beat up. When I saw that today, and I saw a police officer with his knee on Jason's head on the sidewalk, do they deserve that? You know, do they deserve that? And I heard people chanting outside, you know, why, of all the people that wrote there, why was African Nova Scotian singled out? I have no idea, but I heard them chanting that outside, you know. So they picked him out of the crowd of hundreds of people that were protesting, and they handcuffed him, threw him to the ground, and put him on the ground. Mr. Speaker, I saw every bit of that myself, and I couldn't believe it happened. And take him away and charge him with assaulting a police officer. You know, out there with a peaceful demonstration that were blocking an automobile. You know, it was like something you see in a movie with the black SUV, the tinted windows, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, holy God. You know, am I in the United States or am I home here in Nova Scotia? You know, are they running the, you know, I understand that we have labor unrest, and I understand the importance of this bill to the healthcare people. But to actually handcuff a guy, throw him on the sidewalk, and put him in jail and charge him with assault of a police officer, I don't think that that's fair, Mr. Speaker. And hopefully the people up in the police station will have enough sense to let him go. And Mr. Speaker, I hope they tell him, you know, you can go, just don't come back here for a bar for 7 days. You have that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to bar somebody from 7 days. You have the opportunity to bar any member here and name them if they're not acting accordingly. I think we should all be acting accordingly, and I didn't think that was fair today to see that young man of African Nova Scotian descent being thrown on the ground and a knee put to his head, a handcuff, and thrown against the fence and put in a paddy wagon, you know, over his belief that he's doing what he's doing, to believe in what his union, the NSCEU, believe is an attack on their members. Why are we here today? We're here today because the members of the NSCEU, Unifor, NS Nurses NU, and the QP local, all their members want to do is to be able to have the right to vote for what union they want to represent them. They want that right to vote, to say, okay, I want QP local 755 in Sydney to represent me. No, QP is not going to represent the technicians or the blood worker or the x-ray people anymore. It's going to be Unifor. You can understand the animosity felt between healthcare workers when they don't understand who's going to represent them. All they want is to vote on who they can have represent them in this province. Who do they feel would best to represent them when they go to government looking for a contract? That's what that's all about, Mr. Speaker. They themselves understand the importance of a contract and what it means. You know, I've been on strike myself a number of occasions. Today reminded me back, I think it was in 1983, when they put a piece on the hospital in Sydney. And the steel workers were on strike, local 1064. And I think the premier of the day at that time was Honest John Buchanan, the Honorable John Buchanan. He's a good man. And he was shown up there in a limousine. And to cut the ribbon to open the new piece on the city hospital. Well, the union got a bill for the limousine. I think it was around $3,000 worth of damage. Well, the steelworkers were jumping on the engine hood and the roof I seen that with my own eyes, like I seen today. That wasn't bad, but I mean, the union got a bill for that. I mean, those things happen. I remember back in 1988, there was another strike. At that time, I think the Liberal Party was having a convention or something at Center 200, and the steelworkers were on strike. And then the premier, I think it was 98, it was 98, not 88, and they were on strike. And the premier at the time was Russell McClellan. And the same thing. You know what Russell McClellan did? He went right out the doors of Center 200 and went right into the crowd and said, what can I do for you? You know, what you want your say? Here I am. Now that's a man. He didn't get into no limousine like Air Force One. You know, he wasn't in a limousine like Air Force One and driven away in tinted windows. He went right out to the crowd. And he said to them, I was there. Here I am, have your say. That's a man. That's a man you can respect for going out for labor and saying to them, what can I do for you? Here I am. You know what? You respect a guy like that. You know, back home we say that that's a man that got a lot of kahuna. To walk outside and do that. I have respect for that man to this day for going outside and doing that. And all the steelworkers did too. So he went right out and told them, you know, there's no money in the province. The same thing we have today. There's no money in the province of Nova Scotia. We keep adding to the net. This government added to the net. The previous government added to the net. Something has to give sometime, and I understand that. But to go out there and face the people, go out there and face them and tell them, look, I was elected to come to this historic building to represent you. We all have constituents that are out there. Every riding here, all 51 ridings, has somebody out there on the picket line. You know, I don't know what the number was. Is it 14,000 workers? Or how many workers this would affect across the province, from Sydney to Yarmouth? You know, we have to respect their rights. You know, give them the opportunity to have a vote, to say, okay, I want Unifor to represent me. I want the NSNU to represent me. You know, everybody thinks that it's something like divide and conquer, that we have winners and losers in this battle. We have no winners and losers in this battle. Labor is under attack all across North America, from the United States right through Canada. All we have to look at is our door-to-door delivery for Canada Post. All we have to look at is Veterans Affairs, federally. You know, unions are under attack for what they try to do. And I have great respect for unions. I'm a third-generation steelworker, and my son is in the union. 4 generations. You know, but, Mr. Speaker, we're all here to do the right thing, is to make sure that we listen. So I'd ask any member elected here to speak to the people in CUPE, Unifor, NSNU, NSTU. Please take time to speak to them. Ask them what their concerns are, so you'll have a better idea to know what's affecting them. Why are they out here? Why are they so afraid? They're afraid because their rights as a bargaining unit is being taken away, Mr. Speaker. And that, there's nothing worse than that, than having your rights taken away. Back when I still have the contract in my office, the last contract with Sydney Steel. And Sydney Steel, Local 1064, was then broken up into 10 different unions. It then became the credit union, it became the cleaning staff. So that union was gone. But in the history of that union, they paved the way for what we see here today, for have people have the right to stand up and say, I want to choose myself who I want to vote for. The way the people go to the ballot box here in Nova Scotia, when they walk into the riding of Sydney Whitney Pier and they say, who am I going to vote for? That's all the people want to know is a choice. They had 3 good candidates to vote for. They have 4 good unions. It's the same thing. When you're in an election, it's a democratic process to have the right to choose who to vote for. That's all these people out here want, is the right to choose who to vote for. I know my colleague from the Waterford, the honourable member from Cape Breton Centre, is the son of a coal miner. I'm the son of a steel worker. So we know what it's like to see labour unrest and pave the way for many of the benefits that we see today, like health care, pensions, benefits, a 40-hour work week. My colleague from Chorrell, Bible Hill, Salmon River, there might be one more in there I missed. Millbrook, that's it. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. But realize that, yes, we do have a holiday, Davis Day holiday. When I drive home here on the weekends back to Cape Breton from the legislature, what do I drive on? What highway? The 104. What's that called? That's called the Memorial Highway. The Miners Memorial Highway. Why is that called the Miners Memorial Highway? From the sacrifices that the miners gave to represent their people, the United Mine Workers of America, UMW, to represent the fight and the struggle that they had to get fair wages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all here for the same reason. We're here to listen to the people that sent us here. So I ask anybody that's here, please, speak to any union member. I ask all the union members to send an email to everybody. And I'm not going to do what I did the last time I stood here and name every address. But I ask them to please send an email telling us, what their concerns are, why they're here. We know why they're here. But saying that, let us go forward now to law amendments when we will have a first-hand look from the union leaders, from the nurses, that are out there that will be coming to law amendments to tell us what is wrong with this bill, or what amendments can be put in here. What can we do as MLAs to make this a better piece of legislation? Right now, everybody, there's a lot of tension. When you've got people going in handcuffs, there's a lot of tension going on. I was sad to see that today. I hope his mother, Sandra, at home is doing okay. She is an elected official with the Cape Breton Region Victoria School Board. To see her son go in handcuffs, Sandra Marchetti, Jason's mother, and his grandfather, Stan Marchetti, who's a senior in my riding, to watch his grandson go in handcuffs and think of all the turmoil that we saw back in Bloody Sunday in Whitney Pier, to see a child from that community and a man getting arrested. It's a sad day in Nova Scotia. I will always remember September the 30th as I watched my neighbor and my friend go in handcuffs in a paddy wagon here in Halifax over him trying to get people to understand all they want is to be able to have the right to vote, to decide what union will represent them in negotiations against government. That's a simple thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will take my place shortly, but I think of all unions in this province, Mr. Speaker, and what unions have done over the last 100 years for their workers, and what they continue to do for their workers, Mr. Speaker. We as a society, and we as elected officials, must do better to make sure that workers' rights are protected, to make sure that the frontline workers, who I dearly love now, by the way, it's not that I didn't before. I have a real appreciation, for the doctors, the nurses, the speech pathologists, the dentists. Boy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, you're going to fix my voice. So let us leave here today in peace. Let us think about what happened today. Let us think about our members here on all sides of the House. And let's do the right thing. Thank you.
follow that one, Mr. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Health, I would now move to close the debate on second reading of Bill number 1.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 1, an act to provide. The motion is that the question be now put. All those in favor? There's been a call for a recorded vote. And we'll ring the bells for 1 hour. House will resume at 4:17. Yeah, no, that's good. Order, please. We'll now continue on with the motion that the question be now put, and the clerks will now conduct the recorded vote.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Ms. Reagan.
Yes.
Monsieur Sanson.
Oui.
Ms. Whalen.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Ms. Metledge Diab.
We.
Mr. Younger.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Stroink.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Kasoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Rowe.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Ms. Iking.
Yes.
Ms. Treen.
Yes.
Mr. Goff.
Yes.
Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
We.
Mr. Corbett.
No.
Ms. McDonald.
No.
Mr. David Wilson.
No.
Mr. Goss.
No.
Ms. Zan.
No.
Ms. Peterson Rayfuse.
No.
Mr. Beliveau.
No.
Mr. Oral.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland.
Yes.
Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Those in favor of the motion, 39. Those opposed, 7.
Motion carried. Motion is now for second reading of Bill Number 1, an act to provide for health authorities and community health boards. All those in favor? There's been a call for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells for 1 hour. The House will resume at 5:20. Order, please. The motion on the floor is for second reading of Bill number 1, an act to provide for health authorities and community health boards. The call was for a recorded vote. The clerks will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Caldwell,
Yes.
Mr. Churchill,
Aye.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Ms. Reagan, yes, Monsieur Sanson,
Oui.
Ms. Whalen,
Yes.
Ms. Casey,
Yes.
Mr. McClellan,
Yes.
Ms. Metledge Diab,
Oui.
Mr. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Stroink,
Yes.
Ms. Arab,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Ince,
Oui.
Mr. Koutsoulis,
Yes.
Mr. Fury,
Yes.
Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Rankin,
Yes.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rowe,
Yes.
Mr. McGuire,
Yes.
Ms. Eiking,
Yes.
Ms. Treen,
Yes.
Mr. Goff,
Yes.
Mr. Jessam,
Yes.
Mr. Irving,
Yes.
Mr. McMaster,
Yes.
Mr. Dunn,
Yes.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont,
Oui.
Mr. Corbett,
No.
Ms. McDonald,
No.
Mr. David Wilson,
No.
Mr. Goss,
No.
Ms. Zan,
No.
Ms. Peterson Rayfuse,
No.
Mr. Beliveau,
No.
Mr. Oral,
Yes.
Ms. McFarland,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mr. Porter,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Those in favor of the motion, 38. Those opposed, 7.
Motion carried. Do you have to read the bill?
Bill number 1, an act to provide for health authorities and community health boards.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the government's business for today. Tomorrow being Opposition Day, the hours the House will sit will be from 8 p.m. to midnight tomorrow evening. I'll call on the House Leader shortly to give us the business for tomorrow. What I should advise, Mr. Speaker, for anyone who is watching and for members' information, law amendments will start immediately after the conclusion of business today and will sit till midnight tonight. and will resume again at 8 a.m. Tomorrow, Wednesday, October the 1st, and will continue to sit throughout the day for anyone who is interested in making a presentation to the Law Amendments Committee. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask the leader of the House Leader of the Official Opposition to give the business for tomorrow.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After daily routine and question period, we'll be calling a couple of bills. Those are Bill number 3, Red Tape Reduction Act, and number 4, Tax-Free Zone for Small Business Act. Mr. Speaker, I now move that not leave the chair because we don't want that. There's just been, the House do now adjourn.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again tomorrow, October 1st, between the hours of 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. midnight. Would those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We stand adjourned until 8 p.m. tomorrow.